Live. So here's the problem. Live. It says I'm live. Honey? Jim? Can you just check to see if I'm live?
If you're live?
Yeah. Not alive, live.
I know. I'm in the books. Yeah, hold on. Gotta fix this.
It's always the same freaking thing over and over again. Oh my God. Hey, Freedom Thunder, how's it going? I guess I am live, huh? Well, how about that? Oh, I'm trying. How are you?
Yes, you're live.
Doesn't show on here though. Wait, oh. Oh, okay. There you go. Life is good, guys. Life is good. But we're here for a different reason. Hey, everybody, this is Rock Queens. Everyone coming at you live from my headquarters in Oklahoma. How's it going? It's Saturday. It's Saturday. I hope you guys are doing well out there. I hope you are doing well, Freedom. I just found out about an hour ago that frontman from Three Doors Down, Brad Arnold, passed away. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Freedom. I'm glad to hear that. Always love positivity. You know. I've been crying, doing my morning thing, because Brad Arnold was a frontman of Three Doors Down. He died today sometime, and he was only 47. Here I am, still living, kicking, rocking, and trying to spread my message about addiction, about recovery, about mental illness. And it makes me think, like, why me? Why me? Why not me, right? I have a voice to do it, loud voice, you know. He announced he had cancer, kidney cancer, 9 months ago. He did a short, and today sometime he went home with the Lord. He went back home to Jesus. And they had to cancel the rest of his tour, I guess, when they made that announcement. And so I've been watching a lot of the Three Doors Down videos. If you are a fan of Three Doors Down, what song do you love the most? Their first song was Kryptonite, and I think that came out in, 2000, 2001, around there. I was still heavily in my addiction at that time. You know what? My favorite song in my addiction was Loser. You know, hey, because I was a junkie. What do you expect? And I didn't listen to that, watch that video. But towards the end, when he was doing his thing with concerts, he talked about Jesus. He talked about God. You know, because he was compelled to say something. Just like I feel like I'm compelled to say something about this. You know, we're not all called by God to spread our message. We're not. Unfortunately, some people have to die for others to live. You know, and my favorite song from Three Doors Down 2 in my recovery, well, back in 2008, I was still boozing it up, and there was a song called It's Not My Time. Check it out, guys. Check it out. And apparently it wasn't my time then. And back in 2011, you know, I put down the bottle for good. Not knowing what could happen on my recovery journey, which led me here to YouTube, which led me to Mixer, which led me to Twitch, which, you know, and I've been on YouTube for 11 years. Not doing this, of course. It was just gamer stuff. Now I don't even think I can call myself. Sir, how's it going? High five there, buddy. Bam. I'm not a legend. I'm no, don't call me that. Brad Arnold's a legend. Okay? He is. Even though he's back home with Jesus and stuff. How you doing, Sir Ryan? How you doing? I was crying my eyes out to my husband about this. You know, he doesn't have emotional moments like this. Even like with his favorite singer, Mark Lanigan, passed away suddenly and stuff. I told him when he was coming through the door from work, I told him that Mark Lanigan passed away February 22nd in 2022 or something like that. And he was like, no way. You're joking, right? And I'm like, no, I'm not. And even back then, he didn't have emotional moments. But, you know what I mean? But I was just reliving a lot of my past. Like, it was like flashbacks and stuff. It was like, it's really weird with me. All good, Rocket Queen. Just smoking a cigarette and chilling. What kind of cigarette? Marlboro? I smoke, well, you know what I smoke. You know. He died on your birthday? Ozzy did? Wow, that's a gobsmack, right? This is what I smoke. I'm not being paid to bring these up either, but people think, oh, you're smoking something else. No, I'm not. But anyway, I'll tell you a story. Oh, you told me about that. Stuyvesant's, right? Yeah, I never heard of it. Are you in Johannesburg? In South Africa? Well, I'm really hitting the world map today, huh? I'll tell you a story, Freedom. My band was called Vicious Bite, and back in the late '80s, I was a female drummer back in the day. I was a handful of female drummers, and my band opened up for Ozzy. And believe me, woohoo, chaos, craziness, whatever. And he was very annoying, and especially like with wide eyes and stuff. And he talked gibberish all the time when he was high and drunk and all that stuff. And and I'm going to tell you something. They actually had two, and I'm not kidding you this, two straight jackets for him. Just in case he just... I have a good memory, Ryan. I have a memory like a elephant. And you said you buy a pack of Stuyvesant's for 25 cents. I wish you could send me a pack. I would send you a pack. But I don't think it's because of customs and all that crap. You probably think we're trading pot or something. You know how they get, right? You don't know. But, so my heart really is broken. Yeah, one day, right? When you come over here. Yeah. So, for those that are Three Doors Down fans, what song is your favorite? Most people say Kryptonite. That was their first single and stuff. I remember that. But my first song that I loved on that album was Loser, because I was still in my addiction. Here I am at my age, and I surpassed 47 years old. Okay, it makes me think more about the big man upstairs. That I am trying to create a wildfire change with the Queen of Light Brigade. That I am creating something bigger. It's not just me, guys. It's not just me. It's us. Okay? It's us. We are trying to create a wildfire change to diminish the darkness in the world. I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, guys, but we're going to fight like hell to get rid of it. You know? We are creating something bigger than what we can ever imagine. You know? And we're all equal, guys. We're all equal. You know? But cheers, guys. Cheers. Godspeed, Brad. Love you. He actually did a few interviews where Brad talked about his recovery from alcohol and drugs on the Alan Jackson podcast. And I watched that like months ago. And just watching him, hi Philip, how's it going? Oi, 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 oi! Australia! Down under! My cousins! South Africa! Australia! America! What about New Zealand? I want New Zealand. I love you guys from Australia and South Africa and whatever. But hey, doing well. Still got the air conditioning on. It actually got up to the 70s here in Oklahoma. Weird weather. Like a couple weeks ago, we got that snowstorm, and now it's in the 70s. We don't have our air conditioning on. But, you know. But sometimes when I have hot flashes, you can ask my husband, I'll turn the air conditioning on low. You know. It's been going okay. I'm doing all right. I'm keeping on. I had to come on here because of frontman from Three Doors Down, Brad Arnold, passed away. Weird weather, right, Freedom? Weird weather. I wonder if it's, you know, controlled, if you know what I mean. Like with the chemtrails and all that stuff. We see a lot of the chemtrails a lot in my neck of the woods. It's unnerving, you know. We've had weird weather here in Australia as well. I wouldn't doubt it. The powers that be, right? You never know. Just like a couple years ago, when Hurricane Milton and Hurricane Helene, what destruction it had on the southeast of this country, and all that, you know, but yeah, I had to come on here about Brad. You know, and his family actually put out, or Three Doors Down actually put out a statement. Hold on. I get affected by this stuff a lot. Hey, what's up? You decide. No, I'm not. I don't live in Canada. And thank God I don't either, actually. No time for that. Love the trolls. So anyway, Brad Arnold's family came out with a statement. If I can read it. I had it down here. I can't. Right. Here it is, right here. All right, so I'm going to read this. And this is on Facebook. And it's actually written by the band Three Doors Down. All right, so it says this. With heavy hearts. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. Only. Hold on. I can't. This stupid freaking thing's too small. With heavy hearts, we share that Brad Arnold, the founder, lead singer, and songwriter of Three Doors Down, passed away on Saturday, February 5th. Or I'm sorry, February 7th, at the age of 47. With his with his beloved wife Jennifer and his family by his side, he passed away peacefully, surrounded by loved ones. And his sleep after his courageous battle of cancer. As a founding member, vocalist, and original drummer of Three Doors Down, Brad helped redefine mainstream rock music, blending post-grunge accessibility with emotionally direct songwriting and lyrical themes that resonate with everyday listeners. Brad's songwriting became a cultural touchstone for a generation, producing some of the most enduring hits of the 2000s, including the band's breakout hit Kryptonite, which he wrote in his math class after he was 13 years old. His music reverberated far beyond the stage, creating moments of connection, joy, faith, and shared experiences that will live long after the stages he performed on. Above all, he was a devoted husband to Jennifer, and his kindness, humor, and generosity touched everyone fortunate enough to know him. Those closest to him will remember not only his talent, but his warmth, humility, faith, and deep love for his family and friends. The family is deeply grateful for the outpouring of love and support during this difficult time, and kindly ask that their privacy be respected. He will be deeply missed and forever remembered. So, what was your favorite Three Doors Down song? Like I said, mine was Loser because I was in my addiction at that time. And my most favorite one is It's Not My Time because I'm still here. I'm still here. By the grace of God. I should have been dead years ago. For those that don't know me, I'm Rock Queen 71, coming from Rocklahoma. I'm a Jersey girl through and through. But I came here, thank God, thanks to my husband and stuff. You like Kryptonite? Well, that was their breakout hit, right? Superman. Right? You don't know that band? Look them up on YouTube. Three Doors Down. In the early 2000s, they were all over the radio. What's up? Neuron. Activation. Exactly. You gotta check them out. I've been crying, like my husband's like, you know, every time somebody dies from a band, you cry. Like, this hits hard too, guys, because he professed his faith to Jesus Christ. Okay? He was unashamed of that. During concerts, he would, they sang Far From the Sun, right before that song, he would profess his faith to, of Jesus Christ, and he would try to have a mini revival in that concert. And a lot of people, believe it or not, would be having their hands in the air, and there were some people with their eyes rolling like, okay, whatever. He knew that, but he still preached. He still professed his Jesus, You listen to classical music. Classical music. Beethoven, Bach. What's your favorite classical song? Moonlight Sonata? Huh? Moonlight Sonata? I wonder if they're going to have a tribute concert for him. TMZ reported on it too. When I found out, I ran to my husband. I'm like, it's happening again. It's happening again. I'm still not over Ace Frehley's death. Okay? Ozzy, I'm like, okay, you know, but with Ace Frehley's too, I can't shake it. Right? It gets you going, right? I should put that on my alarm on my phone to really get me going, right? There's nothing wrong with listening to classical music these days. Really. People should be more open to that. I wish I could play some Three Doors Down songs on here. You know, but I'll probably get a copyright strike. Bam, 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 bam. I'm not in my studio either. But when he did a message 9 months ago, he said he wasn't afraid of dying because he knew Jesus would be waiting for him and all that. And when he did his message, Brad talked about, you know, he had renal sarcoma, kidney cancer. Then it went to his lungs, and it was stage 4. And I'm thinking this. Here I am, okay? I smoke like a chimney. And recently when I was in the hospital, they did, like, you know, lung x-rays. And they said my lungs are fine. And I'm thinking, how in hell, okay, is that possible when I smoke the way I do? Cigarettes, right? How? Well, it must be the big man upstairs, or I have iron lungs. I don't know. I do have 2 nodes on my lung. But the doctor said, we're not worried about it. Everybody gets them. Don't worry about it. But we're still going to check them out every 6 months or every year. You know what I mean? And so, you know, Jim's like, you better, you know, be grateful for that at LA, right? It's crazy. My father died of emphysema. He died from a brain tumor when I was 16. Uh, but alcoholism killed him. Okay, everything was wrong with him at the time of his death. Everything. He had a brain tumor. He had an operation. They didn't get it all, of course, but he had emphysema. He had cirrhosis of the liver. He had his kidneys were shutting down. You know, but here I am, the Rocket Queen. I had to say that, but I hope they do have a tribute concert for him, for Brad Arnold. I think he deserves it. I hope in a way that they stream his funeral live. Such is life, right? But there's a lot of times where in my addiction where I had those songs playing. Even in 2011 with it's not my time, and I feel like God was saying, I got something better for you. You better keep going with this. I truly believe that. Yeah. I truly believe that. Well, in a song, it's not my time, has a chorus. Hold on. Hold on. So I'm gonna read you the lyrics that means a lot to me from this song. And this song came out in 2008. Check it out. Because maybe it's not your time either. Right? Maybe time to make changes and stuff. We had a football player die here in Australia, and they had it on the television. The streets were filled with people as they drove the cars. Yeah, well, look at Ozzy. They didn't do that with Ace Frehley, but yeah. Well, look at Princess Diana back in what, 1998? Yeah. Look at Biggie Smalls, right? Back in 1995. They had the streets filled in Brooklyn, New York. Brooklyn's in the house. Anyway, Yeah. So I'm going to read you the lyrics and stuff, but I'm going to emphasize one part of it. I'm going to emphasize one part of the song that hits home to me. Yeah, it was. So this is the lyrics for It's Not My Time by 3 Doors Down. Godspeed, Brad. All right, here we go. Looking at the beginning of this and how life was. Just you and me and love and all of her friends, living life like an ocean. But now the current's slowly pulling me down. It's harder to breathe. It won't be too long, and I'll be going under. Can you save me from this? Because it's not my time. I'm not going. There's a fear in me. It's not showing. This could be the end of me and everything I know. Oh, I won't go. I look ahead to all the plans we made and the dreams that we had. I'm in a world that tries to take me away. Oh, but I'm taking them back. Because all the time I've been blind to understand what should matter to me. My friend, this life we live, it's not what we have, it's what we believe in. It's not my time, I'm not going. There's a fear in me, it's not showing. This could be the end of me and everything I know. But it's not my time, I'm not going. There's a will in me, and now I know that. This could be the end of me and everything I know. Oh, but I won't go. Whoa, 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 oh, I won't go. There might be more than you believe. There might be more than you believe. There might be something you can see. But it's not my time. I'm not going. There's a fear in me. It's not showing. This could be the end of me now. And everything I know. But it's not my time. I'm not going. There's a will in me, and now it's gonna show. This could be the end of me and everything I know. There might be more you believe. There might be more than you believe. There might be more than you can see. But I won't go. Oh no. I won't go down. Yeah. And I truly believe that. When I start this journey with live streaming, I didn't take it seriously at first. And so, I was just gaming on Mixer and just getting to know people, and that was it. And I wanted to be a positive light, you know. But then on Mixer they had a program called Embers for All. And Embers on Mixer used to be like bits on Twitch. And I was a small channel at that time. And so I said that would be great if I could use the money from the Embers to donate to a charity. And so they were taking the applications. And I said, nah, I'm only a small channel. I'm not going to, you know. They're not going to pick me. So a friend of mine, Psycho Plays, okay, said, go for it. You have nothing to lose. Just go for it. And that's what I did. I signed the application and everything, sent it in. The next day, they emailed me saying, congrats, you're a part of the Embers for All program version 2. And they were only taking like 1,000 applicants, I think. And I was like, oh my God, right? So without a second thought, and I think my husband has video or pictures of my stream. And I would tell people, if you give, say, 1,000 embers and stuff, I would write on me, like, I mean, I did stunts, okay? And so I did that. And I said, you know, I'll put your channel's name on my arm or on my forehead or, you know, with, I mean, it was washable markers, but still, right? And so we raised, the Queen's Charitable Knights raised $500. And I was proud of that. And so the money went to Strong Towers, a faith-based rehab in Houston, Texas. And it wasn't me. It wasn't me, guys. It was you that did it. And you deserve the credit. You know, and that's what we did. So when Mixer shut down July 22nd, 2020, and I had my neck surgery July 20th, 2020, I fell in a deep depression. So I had to take care of myself first. I love you. I love you too, Philip. Every time you put on Overture of the Bees or what, think of me. I love you. Here, let me give you a cyber hug. Cyber Bees hug. Oh. You. Think of me every time you hear that now. But like my journey from Mixer to here, I mean, I didn't know anything about streaming or anything else. I got so overwhelmed with setting up Twitch and, you know, trying to do the overlays and all this stuff. And I mean, I would freak out. You know what I mean? And here I am. I'm not in my studio, though. I'm in my living room on my couch. But, you know, I'm grateful that I have the opportunity to share my experience, strength, and hope with you guys. And if you're struggling with drugs and alcohol and or mental illness, I'm here for you. The Queen's Light Brigade's here for you. You know, been there, done that. I still am human. I still go through pain. I still go through depression, anxiety, panic attacks. And all that. You know, it gets better and it can be managed. You know, and you just have to have faith. You know, I know God's watching over me, you know, and saying, I'm with you. We're still going to go with this mission you're on. You know what I mean? Just like with Brad. And from thousands of people at a time, like at Hershey, Pennsylvania, and in other places, he professed his faith. He shared his story. Even if some people did roll their eyes like, okay, come on, get on with the concert here. We're not here to go to church. You know how that is, right? I get that here too. That's okay. That's okay. I hope they find God. You know, I only wish them the best. You know, I had people on here, you know, like Dying Breed Media or Motobomb Virginia. You know, they bring up Bible verses. So and it becomes sort of a Bible study. You know what I mean? So it's good to have that. You know, even if you don't believe in God, just have an open mind. That's all. If you're in recovery, just have an open mind. If you're still struggling with drugs and alcohol and stuff, just have an open mind. I know I have an open mind about certain things. But yeah, it's sad that we still have his songs, right? That live on. So has Three Doors Down made an influence on your life? I believe I understand where you're coming from. That's okay. That's your journey. Well, that's right. You have to have faith that there's something, right? No, I know what you I went to school. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. So there must be something, right? Something greater than ourselves. And believe it or not, atheists believe in something that's bigger than ourselves. Especially if a tornado hits your area and you see it and you're like, "Oh my God!" That's what they say, right? My faith was uh, like this at times, especially when my father passed away and I was going through hard times in my addiction and whatever. You know, but it got stronger when I put one foot in front of the other. I should have been dead years ago. So I feel like a lot of times people's faith in God is always shaken by a tragedy, like maybe a sudden death of somebody, or say a horrific earthly event like an earthquake that killed plenty of people. You know? But yeah, wait, away from the sun. Oh. I'm trying to look up the lyrics for, alright. So, Brad was on this, podcast, and he was talking about the song Away from the Sun. And it does talk about spiritual stuff in it. And I like to read you the lyrics, actually. I wish I could play the song for you, but I can't. It's one of these things. But, you know. So, R.I.P. Brad Arnold. Godspeed, Superman. Godspeed, Superman. May you fly high with the angels and let your voice be heard in the heaven above. So, if I can get the lyrics, here we go. In it. All right, away from the sun. All right, here we go. Away from the sun. It's down to this. I've got to make this life make sense. Can anyone tell what I've done? I miss the life. I miss the colors of the world. Can anyone tell me where I am? Because now I found myself so far down. Away from the sun that shines in the darkest place. I'm so far down, away from the sun again. Away from the sun again. I'm over this. I'm tired of living in the dark. Can anyone see me down here? The feeling's gone. There's nothing left to lift me up. Back in the world I know. Because now, again, I found myself so far down away from the sun that shines into the darkest place. I'm so far down away from the sun again. Away from the sun that shines to light the way for me, to find my way back into the arms that care about the ones like me. I'm so far down away from the sun again. Oh no, yeah, oh no. It's down to this. I've got to make this life make sense. And now I can't tell what I've done. And now I found myself again. So far down away from the sun that shines in the light the way for me. Because now again I found myself so far down away from the sun that shines into the darkest place. I'm so far down away from the sun again. Away from the sun that shines to light the way for me. To find my way back in the arms that care about the ones like me. I'm so far down, away from the sun. Again, oh no, yeah, I'm gone. How old do you think I am? But anyway, so this song by Three Doors Down, uh, I can relate to this a lot too, because I mean I was really in a dark place in my addiction. Even though I had a faith in God, you know, uh, I was still away from the sun. I was still away from Jesus because I was still shooting up, smoking crack, whatever I was doing. But I knew that light was there. And I was just getting deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper in that hole. You know, until when I was pretty much at my friend's house, Rob's house actually, and we're doing our thing, and whatever. And I looked over and I said, I can't do this anymore. I can't. It's, you know, and that's when I went to my umpteenth rehab. And I made a choice to follow what they were suggesting to me. Like people, places, and things. Alright, I'll get rid of them. But it was still overwhelming for me and other people that are in recovery. I'm going to tell you something. Getting clean and sober sucks, okay? It right because you're overwhelmed, you know, you're kind of bored with what they're saying, you know, and you're just like, oh, I don't believe in God, I don't believe in this higher power thing and whatever. But, you know, I did it for myself. I didn't do it for probation, my mother, my kids, whatever. I did it for myself because I love myself that much. I have a blessed life. Now, I can actually say to you, I have a blessed life. I'm still alive and kicking. I'm clean and sober. Okay? I'm not dead. And that's a good thing. And I feel like I have a platform on YouTube to share my experience, strength, and hope with you guys that are struggling with drugs and alcohol, that are struggling with mental illness like depression, anxiety, panic attacks. Life is beautiful. Life is good. You know? I don't have to have a good time to get wasted, okay? I'm still crazy. I can still have a wild, crazy time without the drugs and alcohol. You can ask my husband that. And I am so grateful that I'm still here. You know, and I just feel bad about Brad Arnold. You know? Because he was getting his message out there too. In his way. I do it in my own way. I'm not a certified drug and alcohol counselor. I'm not a licensed therapist. But my schooling was the School of Hard Knocks. And for those that said, yeah, I can see you've had a hard life. Yeah, okay. If you only knew. But I've come out of it. if you just came on, how's it going? I'm Rock Queen 71 coming at you live from my headquarters in Oklahoma. And if you're struggling with drugs, alcohol, and or mental illness and stuff, let's talk about it. You are? Well, what's going on with you, Dubs? You were clean for 7 years. Now I slipped back on the powder. Oh, Can I give you a cyber hug? I mean this. I hope to God that you can find your way back into living life again. Because you know what the end result is. Right? You know it. I feel for you. And methadone is no joke either. Okay? I had a couple friends that were on for 20 years. Methadone is a synthetic heroin. Okay? And I tried it a couple times. Thank God. It actually helped. I'm just saying from experience that my friends were still on methadone and stuff, but they were still getting high too. So yeah, but yeah, I believe me, I have a story for this. My house got raided. All right, and I got arrested. I got thrown in jail. But that weekend or that next week, I was gonna be put on methadone. But it never happened for me. Do you know what I mean? I would have died is one thing, but they snuck in the fentanyl too. What, you did methadone on the streets? And we didn't know. Mate, shoot. Thought it was H, and hold on, and then it was too late. Then I was smoking outlet. Are you clean now? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Purple haze. A drug is a drug is a drug is a drug, right? Right. I know that, right. But you fell right back into addiction? But you fell right back into it. Yeah, I get it. I smoked once with the crackheads, and I found a contact, and it was downhill for the last 4 months. You can still find your way back into recovery again. It's up to you, nobody else, right? I'm grateful that I'm not a part of that life anymore. I mean, I've seen like Portland, and I've seen Kensington, Pennsylvania, and like Phoenix and Miami, whatever. And thank God, especially now with the fentanyl there. Uh. But for the grace of God, go I. Now this may sound bad, but I think I need some. Don't pick up. You can always talk to me. You don't need it because the next time you never know. It could be your last. You're playing Russian roulette, especially with the fentanyl out there and stuff, mixing in with it. Know what I mean? I think I always need something, whether it's a little bit of methadone or sort of a. That's your feelings. That's your feelings. You don't have to act on your feelings. You know what I'm saying? Even if, I mean, I used to use every excuse in the book. Oh, my dog died. Oh, my cat died. Oh, uh, it's sunny out. Oh, it's cloudy. It's snowing. Oh, look at the, snowstorm. You know, oh, I'm pissed off at my friend over here. I'm, happy about this friend, or, every excuse in the book. But now it's like you're caught in a catch-22. It's like, well, I really don't want it anymore, but yet I'm still on this crap. And if I don't feel anything, I know what you're saying though. Were you ever on Suboxone? No, hold on. No, I'm not saying I have excuses to go use. I'm saying I think that because I've done drugs that magnify of, majority of my life. I need, hold on. This, all right, hold on. I was saying I think that because I've done drugs for the majority of my life, I need a little something, whether it's legit prescription or something else. I tried once when I was on eight milligrams of meth, and it made me so sick, so I just tapered down from 8 to 0. That's a lot, 80? That's a lot. That's just, no. I no, but I was asking you if you were on Suboxone. a friend of mine that his son was actually my son's friend, and they parted ways because my son's friend was using dope, right? And so I was helping my friend with his son because he was on Suboxone, and you can get that on the street now. And he used to take it with the dope, with the heroin and stuff, and then he would take himself off the Suboxone so the dope can have a stronger effect. And yeah, they use it for pain too. Doctors always ask me, like, first of all, I tell doctors whether I see them a whole bunch of times or not, that I tell them I'm in recovery. I've been off crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011, and stuff. And I tell every doctor I see, like, even if it's my PCP, my primary care physician, I always remind them I'm in recovery, And they asked me about Suboxone. I said, no, I don't want to take it and stuff, even though it helps with the pain, whatever. It's an opioid, but it blocks the effects. I don't want it. I don't want it. You know what I mean? No, you're good. Wait a minute. Freedom, I'm here with you. Wait. I know a person who started smoking pot in the 2000s and got arrested for around 7 years, I think. He got out, and my dad helped him through rehab in 2017. He's clean now and one of my greatest people. Hey, that's something to celebrate! Freedom. Come on. Cyber hug. Recovery hug. Recovery hug. Yeah. I hate to sound messed up, but it happened to the good old fashioned. Wait, hold on. I'm trying. All right. I wish I had. I started with coke and crack and thought that was addictive. Then I soloed and said, wow, I feel high, but I don't look all crazy and act sketchy. This is great stuff. And I didn't, hold on, I'm getting to you guys, hold on. And I didn't even want more the next day. Right. That's usually what happens. But then after smoking it a bunch of whole times in a row, I realized what sick really was. I've been clean since 2018 with help from rehab and narc. Hey, good for you! I can't. Hold on. Let me. I have to see you guys on a bigger screen with what you're writing here. Hold on. Damn it. Congrats to you. Hold on. I'm with you guys. I am. I'm trying. The text is so small, I can't read it. And I should put my glasses on, but I don't. And hold on. I'm sorry, guys. Let's see. There we go. All right, hold on. All right, so Gmail Nigeria 5808 says I've been clean since 2018 with help from rehab and Narcotics Anonymous. Way to go. And you're living life now, right? And that deserves a hug. Cyber hug. Way to go. Celebratory hug right there. Right? Life is good, right? Even though life isn't a bed of roses at times, life is so beautiful. All right, hold on. I'm getting... Hold on. And even... Yeah, you were chasing the dragon, right? With H. Chasing the dragon. I tried it maybe twice and stuff. I didn't like it. My big thing was, yeah, I know. My biggest thing that I loved, I'm not glorifying it, guys, in my addiction, I loved black tar heroin. Okay? I'm not glorifying it and whatever. But I couldn't get a hold of it and stuff like that because it was pretty much like a Midwestern thing. You know what I mean? It wasn't in Jersey. Not because I beat you high. I like the high, but hold on. But I'm not a nurse or a doctor, and it's not riding your veins, riding your veins a little bit more. I get it. No, and all right, all right, hold on. I love you guys, and my husband's in the other room saying, "Put on your glasses, Vic. Put on your glasses." I can't. I had to read it off the big screen. All right, hold on. I love you guys very much, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Okay, I really do. Toronto, hey! I love Ontario when I went there. That was years ago, though. Hold on. All right. All right. That's because you're an OG. No, don't call me that. All right. All right, so Dubs put, yeah, we had the Srilonks and the heroin, and then the freaking gangster brought out fentanyl, and we didn't know what it was. And Gmail Nigeria 5808, thank you so much. Life is still a struggle, even clean. I may not be putting drugs in me anymore, but I struggle with life on its own terms. Yep. But I'm so clean and I'm alive and I have my family back. Hallelujah. Yes. Life is still good. Thank God. I mean, I go through my back pain and my panic attacks, and I drive my husband crazy and stuff, which I don't mean to do. But it doesn't give me an excuse to go back to the dope man. See, this may be a curse because I make my... So, I never look that I have a problem, really. Well, money, a lot of times, money is a trigger for people. Maybe have your money to with a family member that you can trust. You know what I mean? Because I want some coke, right? Well, we don't want that, right? I'll just call one of the blacks and say, "Get over here, and I'll give you $500." All right, hold on, guys. The chat's going too fast. You know. All right, I'm with you guys. Just hold on. Nay Bellaby, 2011. My mom passed from a drug-induced dementia. She forgot she was even an addict and passed away from withdrawals from drugs and alcohol. I wish I could have done more for her, more than just turn the life support off. I'm sorry that your mom went through that. It's hard, you know. It is. We had to do. Well, my grandmother never went through withdrawals and stuff, but we had to make a decision with my grandmother to turn off her life support. But she didn't want to be that way anyway. You know what I mean? I feel your pain though. And I don't know why. Dubs, you're not in trouble. I don't know what's going on with your. Why Streamlabs is. Hold on. It's a curse. Well, the thing is, if you are getting triggered. All right, wait. Oh, wow. Hold on. All right, so to tell you my story, a bit of my story, okay? Gmail. I got my start in a 12-step program of AA. I have gone to NA meetings. I don't like them because there's too many war stories. Hey, Dubs, I'm from Jersey. We talk a lot too. As I know what you're talking about. But I've been to plenty of like AA meetings, NA meetings, and whatever. But even though Narcotics Anonymous is shaped after AA, this is my go-to. Now, for you, it might be something different, okay? And that's okay. That really is okay. But whatever gets you through, you know, the hard times in life and recovery, you know what I mean? You read the Bible and I'm Jewish. I love Jesus, and the Big Book is by far the greatest book of recovery ever made. I agree with you on that. It's the Bible. You're on methadone? For how long, Jace? Whether you believe in Jesus as God or anything, if everyone just lived the way he said in the book, the world would be great. And 1 year, this whole freaking chat is. I'll get back to 1 year. So you're still on it? Is there any plans of you getting off? Listen, guys, when I kicked the dope, and sometimes it was in jail, I did cold turkey, okay? I kicked it. And I didn't use, well, in jail they used clonidine. Not Klonopin, clonidine. Okay? And that didn't do shit. You know? And even when they put me on Xanax back in my, it really didn't do shit. You know what I mean? Hold on. Jace, yeah, all right, hold on. Jace, I'm slowly reducing my dose. What? How much are you on now? Hey, Molly, what's up, girl? Hold on. Cyber hug. Yay! Lolly, lolly. Yes. Yes. Girlfriend. How's it going? I don't know why. Sorry, guys. 18. You can probably get off it now, can't you? Or no, you would still. Right, Dubs. Maybe you should sign yourself into rehab again. I'm just saying. Just for like a refresher course on triggers and all that stuff. I love you, Lolly. You know that. I'm mourning Brad Arnold, who was the lead singer for 3 Doors Down. And I was just like going through all these flashbacks and my addiction and what I was going through, even with my alcoholism. Much love back to you. Woo! Much love, Cyber Hug. Oh! But yeah. No, thank you. Thank you. Nighty-night. You want me to tell you a bedtime story before bed? I'll probably keep you up for another hour and a half the way I tell stories, right, Lolly? I'm just saying. What's your favorite 3 Doors Down song? Do you have one, Lolly? There once was a Jersey girl that moved to Oklahoma. Yeah. Right? And let anyone have her bottom dollar. And she became a stream queen. Woo! That created a wildfire of change to diminish the darkness in the world. And I know she's not going to diminish all the darkness in the world, but she's going to fight like hell to get rid of it with her Queen's Light Brigade. How about that? The end. And they conquered the darkness. Yeah, everybody likes Kryptonite because that was their breakout hit. I wish I could play this song, but you know how YouTube loves to give me the 1-2 on that. But you know, you may be inappropriate and swear around the kids and smoke where you shouldn't, but you actually seem like a good human being. I don't swear around kids. And I just smoke my cigarettes. That's it. Wow, you just like a Nova Scotia white person. I love it. No, no, I don't. This is my space. This is our space. This is where I let loose. When it comes to kids, you know, I lost my 2 kids from my addiction. Okay? And right now, our relationships are estranged. Because my... Oh, thank you. Don't make my head big now, Ollie. Because, you know, I try. I'm just me. That's it. I'm just me. But I'd rather have a good heart that swears than someone that acts proper and does bad shit. I love you, Lolly. A lot of people don't want to hear the truth, you know, because of what's going on in their life, or maybe it reminds them of some other people in their lives that they just don't want to hear it. I get that, okay? I get that. And people can be misinformed, miseducated about addiction or whatever. And I'm not a licensed therapist or a certified drug and alcohol counselor. I'm not. And I don't pretend to be either. You know what I mean? My daughter is 11. I was clean for 6 years, then been bad for 6 months, then clean for 6, now high and on blow for 4. They can't handle the truth. I'll tell you a story. I'll tell you a story. This was at the height of my addiction, back in 1996, okay? My in-laws, my ex-in-laws gave me custody of my daughter back without the courts being involved or whatever, okay? They pretty much bribed me to have my daughter back because they wanted to do their own thing back in Michigan, all right? They wanted to retire and go back to Michigan, okay? So they bribed me, pretty much. They said, listen, we'll pay for your electric, we'll pay for your gas, we'll pay for your phone and all this stuff. And here's Christy. And if you need food and stuff, we'll always give you food, right? And all that stuff. So that, you know, I was like, oh, great. This apartment that I had was pretty much a crack house. And they were watching me. This is in Morristown, New Jersey. On Speedwell Ave, okay? And so I had people coming in and out of my place a lot, okay? And when you have a lot of traffic, your neighbors notice, okay? And so my mom at that time lived like maybe a block away from me in Morristown, New Jersey, okay? A block away from me. And she allowed Sean to stay with me over the weekend after school. Well, I had my friends over, as usual, and my friend, I only had a one-bedroom apartment, but we made like a little room for Christy, right? And like a walk-in closet, whatever. And so, and she was 4 years old, okay, at the time, and Sean was 6. And so my friend was, like a watch guard over Sean and stuff. Well, guess what happened? Sean was in bed. My friend was nodded out because of the dope and all that stuff. Sean, and here I am, and it's no joke. I had a big rock, okay, and stuff. I'm not glorifying this or nothing, okay? And I was about to put the Coke can in my hand and light it up. All of a sudden, guess who shows up? Sean. I mean, what the here I'm like a deer in headlights, okay? Like, and he said, Mommy, I have to go to the bathroom. And all my friends were like, oh, we were around the table. Oh my God. Okay, Sean. And I rushed him in there. I'm like, come on, right? And I put him back to bed. And I woke my friend up. I'm, what the fuck are you doing? I was like, what the hell? Right? And I'm like, I slapped him too, by the way. And he's, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But the next weekend, I was over at my mom's house visiting Sean. I said, well, Mommy decided I'm switching to Pepsi and not drinking Coke anymore. But that gave me a wake-up call. That scared the hell. I asked Sean, I said, you remember that time? He said, I don't remember that time. And all that. And I didn't want it. But see, I wasn't there for my kids physically, even though I was there physically, but I wasn't there mentally, emotionally, spiritually, whatever. And when you're a parent, you have to be there for them. You have to be there for them in every which way. And I wasn't doing that. But that really gave me a wake-up call to a certain extent. You know what I mean? Hold on, I'm trying to... Lolly. I have always had to be the adult, even as a kid. Gain control issues. I never liked the drugs as it took me out of control. Yeah, and you know what? Lolly, that's why a lot of people don't like drinking or using drugs or whatever, because they feel like they're not in control. I couldn't understand, I still don't, how people can just drink two drinks or just smoke pot every once in a while. Actually, if people just drink 2 drinks and they just put it down and they just dance or do whatever. I know I can't have 2 drinks. I know I can't have just one little bit of something. That's because you're an addict, right? I tell myself I'll just have a gram 3 days and yeah. People, places, and things. Like I said, if you need people to hold money for you, do it. That you can trust. And you shouldn't be ashamed of it either. Much love back to you. All right, hold on. Theodore, yeah, I hope you do have a good day also. Thanks for dropping by. I do appreciate you, believe it or not. All right, do you honestly think I'm breaking up a line right now? But the thing is, I don't act all screwed up. Wait a minute. When I'm on coke. All right, Rumble Skullskin. Cause they aren't afraid of losing control. The ones that freak me out, though, are the ones who get so drunk in random places. Love you too! Love you. Yeah, like they hide, like alcoholics, hide stuff, right? Hide their bottle. Even like, drug addicts, they hide their stash wherever, right? I actually got high at my grandmother's wake. That's no joke. We actually did it in the casket showroom. Believe me, when you're an alcoholic and addict, you'll do it anywhere. You know what I mean? And you think you're in control and you're not. You know? They didn't have cameras in the bathroom. Maybe in the clinic and stuff, but they didn't have it in the bathroom. They have somebody to go with you. They don't have the camera on you. Yeah, maybe outside, like the door of the bathroom or whatever, but they don't have cameras on you. They can't do that. It's against the law. Oh yeah. They'll even have signs. They don't even have signs. Exactly. They have a sign because they don't want people to use the washroom even when they're at the doctor's office. Good night, munchies. Hey, what's up? Good night. How's it going? Thanks for dropping by. Every methadone clinic's different, but they all go through the same protocol. I just thank God, like I said, I still know people that use methadone for 20 years. And I don't. I only know what I know. I only been to two, and I got stuck with the same doctor the whole time, and I was always honest with them, whether I was clean or dirty. Well, they're gonna find out anyway, right? And there are people that are just like, I didn't do. Yeah, right. They already know. I'll tell you something. I had to go to court. I was on probation, and they do random urines and stuff. I had to go to court, and I was on high intensity probation, HIP, right? So I went in there and stuff, and the night before, I only had a little bit. So I didn't think it was going to affect me, right? Well, I went in there, they did the urine, and he said, your urine's dirty and stuff. I was like, really? He's like, yeah. I said, but I didn't do it. He's like, oh, you're gonna tell me you were in a room of people smoking and and that's how you did it? They know. You know. But I have gotten away with a dirty urine, though. I have gotten away with it. There is stuff that cleans your urine and stuff, but you have to drink a whole gallon of water for that crap. But well, they actually tell you, like, they'll ask, well, have you had a bagel with poppy seeds? Hi, Full Line, how's it going? Thanks for dropping by. How's it going? Thanks for dropping by, Freedom. Let me give you a goodbye hug. I love you, Freedom. You could do like coffee. I have a coffee thing that comes up. Listen, I don't do this for the money. I don't do this for the fame. I've had my 15 minutes of fame. I don't do it. It should be coming up. No, I know. It should be coming up here. I'll tell you what, I feel like I have a blessed life already. You know what I mean? I had to set up a thing where you donate, but it goes to the legit charity, not to me. It doesn't pass through my hands. No, I don't do that. Drug is a drug is a drug. I'm old school. I don't do California sober. It should be coming up. What it's where you buy me a cup of coffee. Sure, whatever. I hear you. Some people are like that, but I'm telling you, well, that's your journey. When you see it, you click on the link. I don't. It should be coming up. I'm not a computer guy. I use YouTube for music. I accidentally clicked on live the other day. And I thought it was cool. At least you're not talking about some. Yeah, I don't talk about politics anymore on this channel. It's all about, recovery and faith-based stuff. And if we want to talk politics, we can go somewhere else to talk about it. I just don't. It kills the vibe. You know what I mean? If you are here for recovery and maybe venting about what's going on in your life, that you're struggling with drugs and alcohol and or mental illness. Hi Eric, how's it going? I hear you. That's why a lot of people and families are estranged, because of the politics and all that crap. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. You know what I mean? It really doesn't. Whatever goes on in the world goes on in the world. Here is positivity and all that stuff. And the reason why I'm on here is because, Brad Arnold from Three Doors Down passed away. And he was 47 years old. Okay, I found the link, but all it said was follow me on. I don't know what you're. What? I found. Dubs. They were. Brad Arnold from the group Three Doors Down. Thoughts on cannabis? Well, I'm not California sober. To me, a drug is a drug is a drug. And they're doing a lot of studies on that now, where it's becoming more of a problem. I'm gonna say this. I'm open-minded with cannabis as far as if somebody has cancer and they need to eat or they need to, yeah. It's not your grandmother's. It's not our weed that I used to smoke way back when. But I'm open-minded. If people have cancer and stuff, if they feel nausea from a chemotherapy, I get that. If they need to eat, I get that. But there was a push, and there's still a push. Like, hey, at least dope addicts now, heroin addicts, are smoking weed now. They're off the dope, but a drug is a drug is a drug. in-laws still smoke it, okay? But I have my boundaries with them, you know. Yeah, but the medical marijuana, the system is broken. Okay? That's my. Do you have room for a visitor for a week? Is it safe? Where's a good. Where are you from, Eric? But you want to chill, right? But it's freezing. Get it? Anyway, no. Listen, in Oklahoma here, you can break a nail and they'll give you a medical marijuana card. Oh, you're in Ontario. Well, hey, he's in Toronto too, Dubs. Say hi. I loved Ontario. I haven't been there in years, but I used to love that place. You guys have it nice and clean and spotless, not like here in America. The best place I ever went to Ontario, Canada was, Niagara Falls. But it was a place called Canadian Wonderland. It was an amusement park. And a friend of mine said to me they changed their name to Paramount. You know what? Yeah! You know what I'm talking about. Yeah! It was the best. They had like the aquarium. That's it. That's right. That's it. Yeah. They changed the name and it doesn't sound so yeah. Woodbridge. They had the aquariums, and my aunt, when we went there, my aunt said about the orcas, because the orcas were jumping through hoops, said, oh, they paint the orcas white, or, on their belly and stuff. And we're like, no, they don't. Yeah. And also, hold on, in another place I went to, it was the fastest go-kart track in Ontario. I don't know what the name of it was, but I was like 3 laps in before my mom even finished. Do you know what I'm talking about? That go-kart track? I went to a go-kart track in Toronto. It was like the fastest go-kart track in Canada, I guess. I don't know. But that's where we went. It was a go-kart track in Canada. In Toronto. I don't know what the name of it. But I was like 3 laps in. My mom was so scared riding those go-karts. Not me, you. What? Why you hide? Eric, why you hide? I don't hide. You'll see me in all my glory. Oh, too many cockroaches. Yeah, you said your dad texted you. Believe me, when I was in my addiction and all that, I've been to places where you didn't even think it was imaginable. Okay? But I did what I had to do. You know, even though if the place was all decrepit and torn down, run down, just. Well, maybe that's a good thing. I have a lot of pictures all over the place. All that. Number 4. Oh wait, hold no, wait. You're doing You're doing the shoot. Hold on. I can't do anything here. I can't do anything here. I'm not in my studio, Eric. I'm sorry. If I was in my studio, what's number 4? $10 subs. What? I owe you. You have to, all right, so April is, you have to put hashtag, look, I'll show you. You put hashtag April, right? And you put, is Eric gonna hide? Oh, just watch. You'll see in a minute, Eric. Wait. I'm writing something down now. Wait. All right, there. It should be coming up. I hope. It's not popping up. What? Hold on. You know why? Because I don't have Streamlabs on. I'm only on here. So, or wait, let's see heist, right? Wait, hold on. All right, let's do that. No. No, it's not even doing it. It sucks when I'm out here and all that, because if people do like the heist 8-ball or jack or like or other games on here, and it doesn't click, they don't work, it's a letdown, you know, because I want you guys to have a quality stream. You know what? I have those things out there for people that if they're struggling and whatever, if they're struggling with drugs and alcohol and mental illness, they have resources where they can call SAMHSA or other places, or they can call 988. You know, if they don't feel comfortable talking to me, you know, about life's problems or whatever, that's why I do it. Because I know if I was struggling and I saw that, and I really didn't want to talk to the streamer or whatever, I would call them. Or people are so new to recovery, or they have a loved one that needs a rehab or some place to go. No. No, it's not. I just wish I could play some three doors down songs. Thanks, Spittin' Chips. Thank you. I try. I hope you're having a good night. You wouldn't get into trouble if you ask your H&R person and say, listen, I think I need some help. You know what? Believe me, if you open it up to H&R, you know, most of them understand and they'll give you resources where you can go. And if you're on insurance, on their insurance policy, whatever, they'll direct you where to go. No, I don't. What do you do for work? I'm gonna say most places will give you resources on like rehabs or if you need psychiatric treatment and whatever. You know. All right, fine. Anyway, so whoop. All right. So Brad Arnold passed away at the age of 47 after kidney cancer and stuff. And I'm a fan of Three Doors Down. You know, and so when I found out that Brad Arnold passed away 9 months ago, he did announce that he had some bad news, and he said, well, he had kidney cancer and then metastasized to his lung, and so he passed away earlier on today, sadly. And I'm trying to find. Hold on. So, if you're a fan of Three Doors Down, what song do you like? What song is your favorite? Mine's Loser from their first album. I like Kryptonite too. Everybody has their favorite, right? A lot of them say Kryptonite and whatever. I like the song Loser, but the most recent song I really enjoyed from them is It's Not My Time. And Not My Time was put out in 2008, and I was still drinking at the time, even though I know God still had a plan for me. I didn't know what, but that song resonated with me a lot. A lot. What I do during the day, I try to create videos or create content. I do try to create content for my friends, like with AI stuff and all that stuff, like do quirky little, videos. Or sometimes I just sleep. I'm in the bed all day pretty much because of my back pain. I love my life. I don't go out as much as like I used to because of my back pain. I want to go out more. Yeah, I have a family. My in-laws are in the other house that are like 100 feet away, but we don't really visit each other because they're addicts. They're active addicts. We keep that boundary. You know what? And right now, my son, he's in Portland, Oregon, dealing with his addiction, an active addiction. And so I'm using a lot of tough love on him, like my mother used to do on me and my addiction. Trump was in a Guns N' Roses concert. I don't know, was he? My son is in Portland, Oregon. And please have your thoughts and prayers go out to my son. He's in active addiction. He's homeless. He's an alcoholic and addict. And all that. I don't know what drugs he does. And all that. I'm sure I hope it's not fentanyl. But if it was fentanyl, he would. So, I'm using a lot of tough love on him, like my mother did for me. And I do stay in contact, actually, with his ex-girlfriend. And actually, his ex-girlfriend came on the stream a couple of days ago. And she's dealing with a lot, too. Well, he had a friend that lived in Portland. In the Portland area, because he used to watch Chikara Pro Wrestling. Chikara Pro Wrestling is a defunct indie company now. But he had a brother, that liked Chikara, and they used to hang out together while they went to Chikara shows or whatever. And he went up there and he got kicked out of his friend's house. But when he first moved out of my mom's house, he went to Colorado. And then, and then that didn't work out too well. So he went from Colorado to Portland. So, in a way, I think you're right. Comes to that. So it is what it is, and I hope I don't get a phone call in the middle of the night saying, you know, my son passed away. We found your son somewhere. Well, there's another drug too. They call it gas station heroin. That's a lot worse than fentanyl. And if people give Narcan to these people, it doesn't do anything to them. No. I've spoken to his ex-girlfriend. His ex-girlfriend came on my stream. So she's dealing with a lot too. You know. Back in the 90s, when I was on the dope, they had a huge pandemic about heroin being 100% pure, and it was killing people, and a lot, and we had to be careful on what we had to do. You know, but it didn't scare us really that much because, you know, we could tell by the stamp where that dope came from. But you don't know what's in the drugs anymore. I'm just grateful that I'm out of that kind of life. I get it. But sometimes you're so screwed up, like, you know, like with cleaning needles and stuff. Do you think every time I used to clean my needles with bleach? Thank God I didn't get hit with a death sentence. You know, like blow your heart out. Addiction will lead you to three things: jails, institutions, and death. And if you reach death, you're pretty much fucked. So, I actually had a friend that went to school to be a phlebotomist, and I went to detox, and guess who showed up? My friend. I was like, what the hell you... What? You're here? He said, yeah. He said, at least my addiction led me to being a phlebotomist. True story, too. Unreal. Yeah, well, it's with any kind of drug. any. I'm just grateful to be here. You know, I don't have to worry about that shit anymore. I really don't. You know? Yeah, well, back in Jersey and stuff, we could get clean needles, you know, the needle exchange and stuff. But to me, that's just enabling addicts. All right. When I was in my addiction, all right, and we did the needle exchange, yeah, I didn't. Oh yeah, thank you. But what they're doing now is enabling addicts. Okay. Just like with these safe places for addicts to use, they have a nurse on site or whatever. It's enabling addicts. Okay? The government doesn't care about the addicts. They want them to die. Okay? They still want them to be hooked on the system. In Vancouver, it's like, you know, it's out in the open, whatever, and these people will give them clean drugs, whatever clean drugs is. You know? It's crazy what they're doing now. It's demonic. I don't know what Toronto. Vancouver is the same way. Vancouver and Kensington and Pennsylvania and Philadelphia area, and they have a place near me, Florida, and it's sad to see that. But when I see YouTube videos that have, say, Kensington on, and they just walk around, you know, what? For clicks. It's all for clicks. They don't help them out. It's all for clicks. Or they do have channels that say, oh, okay, we're going to help these people out and stuff. To me, it's just for clicks. It's exploitation. If I was selling my addiction, and I'm going to say this, ice, ice, baby, ice, ice, baby. I don't have the song on here. Ice, ice, baby. Thanks for breaking that conversation up. I appreciate you. All the love. Right back at you. And we're not talking about the ice, if you know what I mean. Right back at you. I appreciate you. There's a guy in Newark there's a guy in Newark that has a YouTube channel. I forget his name, and he actually helps people. He really does. And it was in the same area I used to get high at, or I used to cop at. And I forget his name, and I can probably still find it in my history somewhere. But I want to help that guy out, helping them out. You know. But it reminds me of where I used to be. When I see, you know, videos of Portland or Kensington, or, I mean, I wasn't that bad where I just, you know, but But for the grace of God go I. I know for a fact if I was still using, I would have been dead by now. I know that for a fact. But say if it was still going on way back when, I probably would have been in Kensington and they had these sores on them, these abscesses and stuff, and they go to the hospital and they don't do shit for them. You know? And they have gangrene. I don't know how they're still living. And stuff. You see their fingers and the abscesses and the open sores and whatever. And I was like, there's this one channel I watch, and it's based out of Phoenix, Arizona, and I forget the channel's name. And there's this one woman called her name is Angela, and her whole eye is like just blurted out because she was smoking crack or whatever, and the stem broke and the glass hit her eye, so she can't see out of this one eye. And she's trying to change, okay? She's trying to get into recovery and whatever. She's so homeless and whatever. God love her, okay? And she has schizophrenia too. So combined with addiction and schizophrenia, it's really bad. But every time I see her, she looks a little bit better, you know, and all that stuff. Yeah, if you don't take care of your infection, you'll die. Mental problems, mental illness, and drug addiction go hand in hand. Because I've had plenty of doctors ask me, well, were you depressed first and then you turned into an addict or what? What was it? It's like, what came first, the chicken or the egg, right? I don't know. Yeah, let's not talk about politics. Believe me, I have a lot to say about politics too, but we're not doing it. Nope. We're not doing it. They have MICA meetings. MICA stands for mentally ill, chemically addicted. All right? And they used to be called double trouble meetings. Now they're called dual diagnosis meetings, where you could talk about, you know, your mental illness and addiction, and maybe you could talk about maybe side effects from your psychiatric medication or how it's affecting your recovery or whatever. You know? And you can find all these meetings in intherooms.com. So yeah, mental illness and addiction go hand in hand. I know for me, I was probably self-medicating with the drugs because of depression, anxiety, you know, low self-esteem, whatever. You know. boy. So if you got any of you guys out there are struggling with drugs and alcohol, any kind of addiction, maybe to porn, maybe gambling, maybe shopping, whatever, you know, there is hope. You know, you can have a life, enjoy your life, you know, maybe get your family members back. You know, life isn't a bed of roses, but hey, it's still better being above ground instead of 6 feet under. You know, I should have been dead years ago, guys. I should have been dead years ago. You know, and God gave me a purpose for this channel to help others. Because right now, you see a lot of people, you know, on drugs. They're feeling lonely. They're depressed. They feel empty. They smoke just like cigarettes. We have a pandemic. We have an epidemic of people that are feeling lonely, that are depressed. They have a lot of anxiety. They're self-medicating. Even with prescription drugs. Okay? And they don't realize it, though. Unless a loved one or a friend brings it up to them. You know, and from what I understand, people that self-medicate with prescription drugs are harder to convince that they're addicts. I mean, they didn't mean to become an addict. It just happened to be that they were dependent on it. I got high with this guy and stuff. He was like 50 years old or something. And we were doing our thing. And I'm like, how did you get... He never smoked cigarettes or nothing until he was like 50-something. And he even said the prescription drugs were so much money that he had to turn into dope. Yep, it's like Russian roulette. Our healthcare system in the United States sucks. I've been through, I'm still in it and all that, and it's just... Well, as far as like my recovery, okay, all right. If I know the doctor, I still tell them that I am in recovery. I'm in recovery from crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2008. I have to tell them that. It's my responsibility. I'm responsible for my own recovery. Nobody else. And yeah. I mean, I did get in my addiction, I did get pills from doctors, okay? I did. All right? But now, with my back pain, and you can ask my husband this, if I'm going through a panic attack and severe excruciating back pain, they will shoot me up with morphine. They know I'm in recovery. I have a right to not take that medication. It's in the patient's bill of rights. But I take it because I know it's for the pain and and that's it. For a lot of addicts, they can't do that. Because I've had friends that had surgery on their, like rotator cuff or their knee or whatever, and after 25 years or 7 years, they went out back to using again, and they didn't come back. For me, I know it's for the pain. And so, yeah. You talk about all this using and stuff. Are you going to end up getting yourself help? Are you going to take that step again? Because if you've been in recovery, you know what it's like, right? You can do it again. Just, hey, AR. You never went to rehab? My husband never went to rehab either. Jesus saved him. Me, I went to, I don't know how many rehabs and detoxes. I know I needed rehab, even though I didn't want to go. I kicked the dope in jail a couple times, and that was no fun either. But I feel jail saved my life. I feel like the detox has saved my life to a certain extent, too. Yeah, but by going to rehab, okay, it gets you in a mindset. Just because you put down the drugs doesn't mean you in recovery, you have to change every aspect of your life. Every aspect of your life. Like change people, places, and things. Even though it gets overwhelming and stuff at times. I was a chronic relapser, but I did for everybody else. But once I did for myself, it clicked. Right, and everybody's different. But it does come a time where if you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, you'll do anything to get your recovery. You'll do anything for that gift of recovery. Like go to meetings, get a sponsor, get involved with the AA NA program. Work the steps. Read the big book. Even if you don't believe in a higher power, these programs don't force you to you have to make your higher power God. No, it's not like that. It's your higher power of your understanding. And maybe eventually you will turn to God. But I'm going to say this. Dope addicts, heroin addicts need rehab. They need long-term rehab. And I'm not talking about putting them on methadone or Suboxone either, or these other drugs they have on. Put them on. Addicts like myself had to be stripped down of everybody. Hold on. Addicts like myself be stripped down of ourselves, our old selves. Okay? Long term nowadays is 10 days. That's not long term. Well, I'm talking about long term, meaning 6 months to a year or 18 months. Dope addicts and even alcoholics have to be stripped down and be built up again. And I can say I was built up again quite a few times. No, you can't say that, Dubs. Addicts and alcoholics are sick people that are trying to get better. Okay? Alcoholism and drug addiction is a disease. Just like cancer. Cancer can be arrested at some point, but can come back. Just like drug addiction. Same here. But I've had people too that died from overdoses from drugs. My father died of cancer when I was 16, so. It wasn't my time. You know? Here, I'm gonna do lyrics here. Unfortunately, Brad Arnold, the frontman of Three Doors Down, passed away earlier. And some of their songs were the soundtrack to my life. What was your favorite Three Doors Down song? I want to know. And have you ever been to a Three Doors Down concert? So I'm going to read the lyrics to When I'm Gone. R.I.P. Brad. R.I.P. You fought the good fight. So here's the lyrics to When I'm Gone. And this came out in 2002. There's another world inside of me that you may never see. There's secrets in this life that I can't hide. But somewhere in the darkness, there's a light that I can't find. Been there, done that, guys. Been there, done that. Or maybe it's too far away. Yeah. Or maybe I'm just blind. Or maybe I'm just. Or I'm just blind. So hold me when I'm gone. When I'm here. Right where I'm. Write me. Write me when I'm wrong. Hold me when I'm scared and love me when I'm gone. Everything I am and everything in me wants to be the one you wanted me to be. Hold on, I lost. Sorry guys, I screwed up. We're gonna go from the top. Alright, so this is When I'm Gone by Three Doors Down. It came out in 2002. There's another world inside of me that you may never see. There's secrets in this life that I can't hide. But somewhere in this darkness, there's a light I can't find. Or maybe it's too far away. Yeah, or maybe I'm just blind. Or maybe I'm just blind. So hold me when I'm here. Write me when I'm wrong. Hold me when I'm scared and love me when I'm gone. Everything I am and everything in me wants to be the one you want me to be. I'll never let you down, even if I could. I give up everything, if only for your good. So hold me when I'm here. Write me when I'm wrong. You can hold me when I'm scared. You won't be always there. So love me when I'm gone. Love me when I'm gone. When your education x-ray cannot see under my skin, I won't tell you a damn thing that I cannot tell my friends. Been roaming through the darkness. I'm alive, but I'm alone. And a part of me is fighting this, but part of me is gone. So hold me when I'm here, write me when I'm wrong, hold me when I'm scared, love me when I'm gone. Everything I am and everything in me wants to be the one you want me to be. I'll never let you down, even if I could. I'd give up everything, if only for your good. So hold me when I'm here, write me when I'm wrong. You can hold me when I'm scared. You won't be there you won't always be there. So let me when I'm gone. Or maybe I'm just blind. So hold me when I'm here, write me when I'm wrong. Hold me when I'm scared and love me when I'm gone. Everything I am and everything in me wants to be the one you want me to be. I'll never let you down, even if I could. I'd give up everything, if only for your good. So hold me when I'm here, write me when I'm wrong. You can hold me when I'm scared. You won't always be there. So love me when I'm gone. Love me when I'm gone. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Love me when I'm gone. When I'm gone. Oh, when I'm gone. Oh, when I'm gone. Yeah. I was almost in tears reading this because I was still on my addiction at that time. I've been off crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. So this song too was a part of my soundtrack back then. And you ask my husband, like I was just bawling my eyes out, and all these images and flashbacks were coming to me. And I get that a lot. You know, like just and it puts me right back to where I was in my addiction or who I was with. Songs do that for people, doesn't songs do that for you? And stuff where when you hear a song, it's like a time machine that will just take you back to where you were, what you were doing, and what you were hanging out, all that. I know what they do for me. Especially songs from my addiction. And here I am, right? And here Brad Arnold dies at 47. And I smoke like a chimney, guys. And just recently when I was in the hospital, they took x-rays of my lungs and stuff, right? And they're like, your lungs are fine. I'm like, what? How is that? How is that? And it amazes me. But God is still using me as a vessel to help those that are struggling with drugs and alcohol or mental illness. Because I've been there. I've done that. I still struggle with depression, anxiety, panic attacks, pain issues, whatever. But I'm still living. I'm not just existing. I should have been dead years ago. My purpose back in my addiction was just killing myself. That I was nothing. My life wasn't going to become nothing. I was washed up drummer from a heavy metal band, and I had no purpose. People would talk about purpose, and I'm like, purpose? What? Whatever. I don't know. I remember when counselors in detox or rehab would ask, well, how do you see yourself in 5 years? And I'm like, I hate that question. What? I don't know. Dead, maybe? I could see that far. And plus, projecting for addicts and alcoholics that far, it's dangerous. That's why I don't make resolutions on New Year's. I don't, I have goals. I have long-term goals. I have short-term goals for myself, and I have short-term goals and long-term goals for this channel. But I don't know where they're going to be in 5 years or what I'm going to be in 5 years. No. I can't think that. I have to be in the now. I can't be living in the past. I have to live in the past to keep my memory green, to remind myself on how far I've come. That's okay. But I can't just dwell in it. I remember in my addiction, I used to talk a lot about my past. Yeah, nice meeting you too, Dubs. Let me give you a hug. I hope you do the right thing and get yourself help. And if you've been in recovery before, Thanks for dropping by. But, you know, I did think I was going to die with a needle on my arm. I could see into the future. You know? I want to do more in my life. Instead of just sit there on the couch or just do my thing and or just do what I had to do for drugs. I knew it was gonna be a dead end. And at some point I was afraid to live, but I was afraid to die too. But I do truly believe God gave me signs throughout my addiction. And a lot of people would say to me, you know, at meetings, because people were drawn to me, because I had that voice. Like, I got their attention. You know, and I mean, counselors would say should become a counselor, you should do this, you know, whatever. And I'm like, haha, yeah, whatever. And I would just do my own thing again. But I think if I ever did that, it would be for the wrong reasons. Everything comes in time. Everything comes in God's time. And time means things I must earn. So just like with this channel, it's like, all right, I'm getting there, I'm getting momentum, but everything comes in its own time. And God will tell me if I'm ready to go to the next step and whatever. You know, and I feel like 2026 is going to be a good year for this channel. It really is. You know, if I put in the work, you know, if we put in the work, if you guys have suggestions, I'm open to suggestions. I do want to do like a community game night on Saturdays or something. You know, maybe I could call on you who's a content creator on YouTube, you know, and maybe make PSAs for addiction and alcoholism and really get the message out there. I bet you a few of the coffee break crew would. I call on them. If they're listening to this, I'm gonna ask them. I think it's important. Maybe not to them. I think to one person it is. The message has to get out there. So, I mean, like I said, guys, we, you and me, we are creating a wildfire of change to diminish the darkness in the world. I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, but we're going to finally get rid of it. We are. We have to stand shoulder to shoulder. We have to uplift each other. We can't be knocking each other down. You know, you see how I just like pay no mind to the trolls and stuff, because that's where they're at in their life. They're miserable in life. They want to get rudes from me and stuff. They're pathetic. Oh well. They need to grow up. Most likely they never will grow up. Until reality slaps them in the face real hard. I'm just saying. So with that, guys, I wish I could play music from Three Doors Down. We read lyrics. To some of their songs. Tell me your favorite Three Doors Down song, and I'm gonna read again these song lyrics because they mean a lot to me. It's called "It's Not My Time." And this song came out in 2008, and at that time I was still drinking. But like I said, I've had other songs from them in my soundtrack in my life. But this means a lot to me. This song, because it's not my time. I should have been dead years ago. Hey, Motobomb, what's up? Never heard of him? You never heard of him? Serious? Ah! Cyber Hug! Ah! You never heard of Three Doors Down? You guys kidding me, right? Well, Brad Arnold passed away today, and I was crying my eyes out. I was like, it's happening again, it's happening again. Hi. Oh, you heard of him. I just come in like, We're not talking about, wait, hold on. We're not talking about Miley Cyrus. You're not, why are you sorry? It's good to see you. So I called Jim. So I called Jim in. So you and him can. Well, hey, thanks. My husband thinks so. Well, we were talking about all sorts of stuff, but we were talking about Brad Arnold that passed away earlier today at the age of 47 of kidney cancer. He's in the bedroom. I think he's sleeping. But, this hit me hard too with Brad Arnold. Because 9 months ago, he said it was stage 4 cancer and stuff, that they canceled their tour. But when he was on tour, he was talking about Jesus. You know, he was professing his faith, and there were some people that were rolling their eyes, like, "Oh, all right, get back to the concert." But he was getting it out there, just like I'm trying to get it out there. We didn't talk We didn't talk about anything about the Bible. Well, we talked about the big book, the Bible of AA. But you know, so it hit me hard with Brad Arnold, because some of their songs really, like, I was going through flashbacks. I'm not gonna lie, like flashbacks of certain times in my life, especially in that era between, say, 2001 and 2004, and with the crack and heroin bit, and then with 2008, I was starting to have like flashbacks to that, and I get like that, and Brad Arnold did a podcast with Alan Jackson, not the country singer, with Alan Jackson's ministries. I think he's a pastor at Lakewood Church in Nashville or something. I forget, but months ago I watched that podcast with Brad Arnold. You should watch it, Moto. You should watch it. Just put Brad Arnold interview, and I'll have like the interview with Alan Jackson, not the country singer, and stuff. And he talks about his recovery and how basically, I mean, he was from Mississippi, and when he was a teenager, he was drinking and whatever, and he formed a rock and roll band and whatever, right? And I can relate to that, but but you should listen to it. You should watch it. I showed Jim part of that interview that he did. Does this rank right up there with Ace's? Not really. I never met Brad, so I don't, but I loved his songs, like I said. And I was playing, their videos. Gotta get up. Then I'll get you on that TV. Catch you in a minute. What? Gotta get up to bed. Then I'll get you on that TV. Catch you. Oh, yeah. Why? I get it. I'll put some personal on why. Woo. I got it. Talk about wide, right? Oh, God. Yeah, but I think and this was before he was diagnosed with cancer. He had an interview with Alan Jackson, not the country singer. I showed the part of it to Jim. And of course he was like, like he needs to go back to the bedroom and whatever, which sometimes anyway, really, it annoys me when he's just like, I'm like, sit down and just listen to this. But yeah, I was crying. I played Kryptonite, not on the stream. I played Kryptonite. I played It's Not My Time. I played when I'm gone, I played, I didn't play Away from the Sun. Now, Away from the Sun, Brad said that it really has spiritual aspects of the song. And when I read the lyrics on this stream, I saw that. It's just a shame, you know? It really is. And here I am, still standing. I'm still in front of you guys, the Queen's Light Brigade. Trying to share my experience, strength, and hope with you guys. That those that are struggling with addiction, alcoholism, and mental illness, that you too can have a better life. Life is not going to be a bed of roses. Life sometimes sucks, but we have to live life on life's terms. You know, that's why we need a support system like the program, like AA, NA, Celebrate Recovery. And sometimes we can't rely on family members because they're in their own sickness. You know what I mean? Like codependency or their own addiction or whatever. You know what I mean? I might go through a lot of pain issues and depression, anxiety, whatever. But life is still good. I have a loving husband that supports me with this channel I'm trying to build with the Queen's Light Brigade. I have a life. I'm still above ground. You know, I'm being creative with certain outlets like through AI and Suno and with this stream. I do have a purpose. I have my cats that keep me on my toes. You know. I hear a lot of people nowadays like, what's so special about life? You're experiencing it. It's okay to feel. It's okay to feel angry if you do it the right way. It's okay to express anger if you do it the right way. There's the right way and wrong way. Okay? Hey, Philip. Welcome back, baby. Right back at you. Let me give you a hug. Welcome back, Cyber Hug. But life is still good. We get to experience what dead people can't. Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, Abraham Lincoln can't experience what we're experiencing now. George Washington can't experience what we're experiencing now. Stephen Hawkins can't experience what we're experiencing right now. You understand what I'm trying to say? And there's a lot of times when I'm going through back pain, it's like, oh, I hate this. Oh. And it's like, I want to kill the pain. I don't want to kill myself. I want to kill the pain. And I can't. And one of the nurses a while back told me, Well, you have to accept that you're not 21 anymore. Like, what are you talking about? I'm giving her like this, the Jersey eye, side eye, like, you know. And so she's like, you gotta accept it. And I told her, I said, listen, I said, it took me a long time to accept that I was an addict and alcoholic. Do you expect me to accept this now with my back pain? And you know what she told me? Well, Vic, you're that close to doing it. You're that close. No, you're not in trouble. Oh, wait, hold on. What did you... I didn't... Hold on, you're not in trouble. Wait a minute. I don't know what... Yeah, why would... You said you were back. And they... Streamlabs has a mind of its own. You're not in trouble. I made a joke about corn. Or no, I'm sorry. Calm. Corn. I don't know. I don't know what. Doesn't matter. I don't know. But welcome back. Oh, what like the costume she does for her Halloween party or something? A couple years ago, she had this costume of a worm. It was really freaky. He's back. Welcome back, Cyberhug. Stay with Philip. Yeah. Now it's up close and personal and wide. And I'm on the big screen right now, right? God help you, Dean. You better hope that YouTube does not freeze your screen where I'm like up close and personal. Like that face right here. Man, I'm looking for something. Oh, there we go. Yeah. But everybody has their time, and it's not my time yet. Read out. Wait. I add a read out. Oh, yeah, instead of a black. Oh, you had a black. Yeah, you had a red out. A wide red out. I know. I said that. Because usually I wear the prison shirt or something black, or yes, I get it. I said before you. Yeah, maybe we should do that. Like when I give cyber hugs out, it's like, oh no, a red out. Oh no, a black out. Oh no. I'm smiling and being happy because I'm grateful for the life that I have. I'm grateful for you. You. I'm grateful for you and the coffee break crew. I'm grateful for my husband and my cats and my family and my support system. Especially when I go through so much back pain and my depression, anxiety, or whatever, okay? But Brad Arnold, it hit me like Ace did when he passed away. Okay? But I never met Brad, okay? I would have loved to met him. And what he did during his last concert tour, he professed Jesus. He professed his faith. And a lot of people are hungry for something bigger than themselves. You understand what I'm saying? And so I went on here to honor Brad Arnold. Because he did have an influence in my life. In some way or another. I watched the podcast with Alan Jackson, not the country singer, okay? His songs were a part of my soundtrack of my life. And I told Jim, I said, I don't know why I'm still here. Because God still wants me to have a purpose. I should have been dead years ago. So when this happens, it makes me look at my life, at what I'm doing. So I hope they do have like a tribute concert for him. I know Scott Stapp, he wrote something on social media that he feels empty now. There's an emptiness and stuff. I didn't go through all the tributes to Brad though. But it makes me look at my life. It's not my time, right? Just like it's not your time. But what are you doing with your time? Are you doing something productive? Are you doing something uplifting? Are you helping people that are struggling with drugs and alcohol? Or it doesn't even have to be that. Are you helping anybody out? Anybody out? Are you reaching out to people saying, I'm here for you? Instead of being trolls and stuff? I'm just saying. When I was in my addiction, you didn't want to get to know me. You didn't want to know me at all. I don't want to get to know me back then. You too can make a difference in somebody's life. In a good way, in a positive way. You don't know. Maybe you haven't heard from a friend in a while. You just call them up saying, "Hey, what's up? How's it going?" And they'll just say, "Well, man," and they'll just spill it all out. What's going on in their life? Maybe they're depressed, they're angry, they're going through some whatever. You know? What? How much time in my life I have? I want to be a positive influence on people. I want to uplift each other. I want to see the goodness out of people. Hold on. I'm trying to... I'm trying to find the lyrics to the song. So, what are you doing with your time? You know? Can you say if you die tomorrow, God forbid, all right? I'm not wishing it on anybody. But can you say, well, yeah, for the past 6 months, year, 2 years, whatever, I've had a positive influence on people's lives? That maybe I've changed a life or two? I told Jim at my funeral, I want the good, the bad, the ugly cry, the insanity to all come out in my funeral. You know? Because, you know, the saying, you know, like when people die, they all always say the nice things about you, right? Well, what they can use whatever they want, you know. That's how I feel. Get all the truth out there. But anyway, so it's not my time. I'm going to read the lyrics again. And this came out in 2008. And like I said, in 2008, I was still drinking. I was off the drugs, but I drank a 30-pack a day with a couple Southern Comfort jiggers. Sometimes it was Black House, or Jägermeister, but at that time I was still drinking. And I remember at times too, like when I was just drunk and a song came on the radio. It's not my time. And here I would be crying and stuff. I was very unpredictable when I was drinking. But most of the time, towards the end, I had a chip on my shoulder, get the fuck out of my house, say, you're not going to touch my beer, or, you know, whatever, okay? Just let me do my own thing. I mean, my son wanted me to go wrestling matches and do this and whatever. My husband at the time, Ed, he passed away February 25th, 2011. He wanted me to do things, go out on the road with him because he was a trucker too. And all that. Just Leave me alone. Just leave me alone. And even my cats at times were scared of me. Okay? That tells you something right there. You know, and I would be blasting the radio, you know, and yeah, Three Doors Down played and this song played and I remember just crying to the song, you know. I knew I was getting worse and worse and worse and worse. I did go to IOP. My two-faced friend just called me. God, I can't stand those people. Why do you talk to them then? Why do you talk to them? I can't stand my sister-in-law, or not my sister-in-law, not you, Ann. I can't stand Cindy, my niece-in-law, my nephew's wife, but I think it has to do with me, like maybe because she reminds me of myself when I was younger, or something, you know. Well, I love you too, and you know that. Do you prefer manual or automatic transmission and semis? A 13 gear manual. 13 gear. And many people don't know how. I never drove. First of all, I never drove a truck. My husband did. But there was times where I would sit on his lap, and he would say, "All right, I'm going to teach you how to drive a truck." And this was on Route 70, and I wish Sterling was here. Sterling Wheel was here. I wish he was here. And my husband and stuff, yeah, we did fit in one seat, by the way. And he would put my hand on the gear shift and stuff. Get your mind out of the gutter, guys. Anyway, and he would show me and stuff, and it was hard, but he says, okay, He says, you just drive down the highway. He just make sure you just drive down the highway. And I'll keep your eye, I'll do the gears. And so it was by St. Louis at the old TA truck stop. I don't know if they still have it or not. But yeah. Yeah. I could never drive stick. Even with my friend's car, we were going up a hill. We were stopped by the cops and whatever, and the cop says, pull over to the side and stuff. And I grinded though. Oh, it was bad. And I was going down the hill. I couldn't stop it or anything. Yeah, I could never drive stick. Nope. But I will tell you this, I do miss going out on the road. My husband that passed away February 25th, 2011, that was his peace. By just being out on the road all the time from me. No, but, and he's like me. He was like me. He liked to talk to people all the time. Because he even said well, at least people don't know me. When I talk to them or whatever, right? I don't want people to know me. I mean, I don't just go up to anybody and say, oh, I'm a recovering alcoholic. Oh, well, whatever. You do? I do? You're not the first person that said that. You want a hug? I'll give you a cyber hug. Here, wait, here. Ah! There. That felt good for me too, by the way, just to let you know. I could call you from Australia if I had your number. Well, if you're a part of the Queen's Light Brigade, maybe you'll get it. And if Motorbomb is on here and stuff, they'll tell it. Because sometimes when I put out my shorts or my videos, I put out an email. And I'm always on call. If you guys, I'm going to tell you this right now. If you guys are struggling with drugs, alcohol, or mental illness, you're dealing with depression, you're dealing with anxiety and stuff, you can always put in the comments urgent, and the subjects will be optional, and I'll get in touch with you right away. You know what? I'm like that. You know, I'm there for you guys. Because there's a lot of people out there that come on here and they just want somebody to listen to them. You know what I mean? People don't communicate anymore. People don't listen to each other anymore. Well, thank you. I'm not amazing. I'm just me. That's it. God only knows if you only knew. I'm just me. You know what I mean? But thank you. Every time I get a compliment like that, it humbles me even more. It keeps me grounded. My hair's a mess. I'm just... Well, right back at you, Blair. Right back at you. I do appreciate each and every one of you more than you'll ever know. Trust me. You know, and believe me, I am so committed to my mission, to our mission, not just my mission, our mission, the Queen's Light Brigade, to uplift each other, to help each other, to support each other, to make this world a better place. You and me, we are trying to create a wildfire of change to diminish the darkness in the world. I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, guys. That's a reality. But we're going to fight like how to get rid of it. No, and you know what with that, Phil? I'm going to tell you something. When people, and this is my opinion, okay? When people don't become a member, this is my thing. I'd rather you give the money to say to a charity, okay? What do you get for membership? Just what? A few icons and emojis, big deal. Or you have to look, you're gonna see the video before anybody else does. Come on. I'm not gonna do that on my channel. Other people do, okay? That's them. But to me, I'd rather you give the money to a charity, like to a rehab or to a food bank or whatever. Do you understand what I'm saying? So there's not going to be any membership or anything. And as far as monetizing, I mean, I have something for like coffee. Buy me a coffee. Okay, that's one little thing I put on the resource on my chat. But I don't ask for anything. I don't ask for any money, nothing. I rather give. That's always been that's always been me. Ever since Mixer. I'd rather you give to somebody in need or whatever. Pay it forward. But just think about it. You become a member of a channel for emojis. Big freaking deal. Ah! Or you get early content. Big freaking deal. That's all I'm saying. You'll never hear me asking for money for me. No. I might talk about, oh, well, the medical bills are piling up and no, I don't ask for money at all. I don't. To me, I feel blessed in my life. Okay? I should have been dead years ago. Look how many YouTube channels ask for membership, or they keep putting up on the screen like every 5 minutes, every 4 minutes, every it's like, here's my PayPal, here's my Cash App, here's my PayPal, here. What? For what? And I know people that do that. It's a turnoff. But that's them. That's them. I want to try to set up. Streamlabs has something where like, say if people donate, the money doesn't. I don't touch the money. It goes directly to the fundraiser or whatever. It doesn't go to me. It goes directly to them. To the charity or organization and stuff. And Streamlabs does not touch that money. They don't take out a percentage. It all goes to the charity. And everybody uses what? PayPal, Cash App, what? GoFundMe, what? SendFundMe, Go, whatever it's called, or Send Gifts Go, right? That, or GoFundMe or whatever, and they always take a percentage out. Streamlabs has it where they won't take the money out. If people donate through your channel, it'll go directly to the charity. And I'm special, right? No, I'm only kidding. Yeah, I'm from Jersey. I'm kind of special. Oh, all right. Wait, Chad. Elton John. I like Cat Stevens too. Well, the only Cat Stevens song I like is Wild World. And that was redone by Mr. Big back in the 90s. But I like Elton John. I'm still standing. Philadelphia Freedom. Tiny Dancer. Candle in the Wind. How about that? Island Girl. Oh my God. All right, Chad. When I was little, I had a record player. And I actually had a 45 record of Island Girl. And a lot of people don't know that song. Look it up. Island Girl. And when I used to play that on my record player when I was a kid, I used to dance to it and have fun with it. Island Girl. Yeah. But the only Cat Stevens song I know is Wild World. That, you know. Queen of the Eagles. Oh. Queen. Because Freddie was such a showman. You know, and it's a shame that he died, I think, 1992? No, 1993 he died, right? I'm trying to remember. He announced he had AIDS like one day before his death, and he died. Yeah, right. And I'm going to tell you this, Chad. I loved the song, The Show Must Go On. That was one of his last songs Freddie ever sang. Okay? And I actually played that on my stream as an intro because of my pain issues and stuff. And I love that song. But you can tell his voice was a little weak. Like he was... Yeah. The show must go on. Yeah. The show must go on. Woo. Yeah. I hope I didn't blow out your eardrums. I should do shorts of that. I actually did a short of The Doors, Break On Through to the Other Side. I did that as a short. So maybe I should do that. The show must go on. Yeah. I love that song. Are you a fan of Three Doors Down, Brad? Sorry. Are you a fan of Three Doors Down, Chad? Because it's a sad day in rock and roll. This Saturday, well, it's not Saturday, is it? Is it still Saturday? I don't even know. Let's see. Well, yesterday, Saturday, the frontman of Three Doors Down, Brad Arnold, passed away. Oh, you have to look. Oh. I'm sure you heard of some songs by them. They were very prominent in the early 2000s, mid 2000s. They were a part of my soundtrack of my life. You know. He was 47. The Doors. The band, The Doors. I did a short a few days ago. And it was the song breaking on through to the other side by the doors. I did a short. Look it up on my channel. Yeah, 47, and he had kidney cancer. He actually announced it like 9 months ago, and it actually went to his lungs, and it was stage 4. But he wasn't afraid to die. He knew he was going to go back home to Jesus and stuff. Yeah. But they canceled their tour and everything, and it's just, you know. But I'm still here. I'm still standing. That was an Elton John song. I'm still standing. And it wasn't my time yet. I should have been dead years ago. Makes you think, right? Just like when 9/11 happened, my friends and I were going to go to the city, the cop, and we overslept, and the towers fell. So, wait, what? How do you retract? How do you, wait. You said something about me smoking too much, right? I got the gist of it, Philip, because you were saying, how can you say you smoke too much when you keep lighting up you're probably referencing that, right? These things always go out. It's a pain in the ass, but I'm trying to keep going, honey. Despite my back pain and all, you know. And some days it's hard. It really is hard. You know. And like today, I was in bed all day pretty much because of my back pain and everything. And I found out Brad died. I was like, oh my God, I'm playing, the videos, 3 Doors Down. I was playing Kryptonite. I was playing, It's Not My Time. I was playing, When I'm Gone, a few videos and stuff. I was showing my husband an interview Brad Arnold did with Alan Jackson. No, not the country singer. It was through a ministry. And I got dressed. Yeah, but these are cigarettes. It's not what here. It's not what you. I think you know that I don't do that. Wait, hold on. And I wasn't paid to promote this or anything, just to let you know. These are $9.90. Well, no, I think $11 a carton at Florida Tobacco Shop. But I know they probably won't ship them to you, Philip. You never know. That would be nice, right? I hope so too. I hope so too. My mom dealt with a lot of back pain. And all throughout my life, even when I was a little girl, she had back surgery. And at one point, they used to put her in traction. and what traction is, and they don't do traction anymore. They put a belt, around you, and then they have like rope or whatever with and they put weights to straighten out your back to relieve the pressure on your spine. But they don't do that anymore because I asked the doctor about that. He's like, no, we don't do that anymore. But I've had shots in my back. Either they work or they don't work. They can only do so much. They know I'm in recovery. They know I'm in recovery from crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. All these doctors know I'm in recovery. And about a week ago, I ended up in the hospital overnight because of my back pain and all that stuff. No, for a carton. Wait. Oh. Hold on. No, not for... Wait, hold on, baby. Ow. Just for you. Oh. These are... This is the carton, all right? And I'm not being paid to endorse these or anything. I have to say that because YouTube is so adamant on, well, if you're being paid to say that, you have to say, well, I'm not being paid to say anything. So you get 10 packs of cigarettes or filtered cigars. And one carton costs of these, I think, $11.99 in American money. But cigarettes, the cheapest cigarettes around here, Montego, they're like $70 a carton. So these smoke like cigarettes, and they're a lot cheaper. So yeah, you have to do what you can to save money, right? But I don't get this brand all the time. I get like Today. It's called Today. But yeah. And the funny thing about this, Philip, is this. Last week when I was in the hospital, they did, lung x-rays, right? And so I asked them about my lungs, how they are and whatever. They said, oh, your lungs are fine. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Your lungs are fine. I have like 2 nodes on my lung. But they said, no, that everybody gets nodes. They're like, don't worry about that. It's not precancerous. It's not nothing. But I had to get them checked out every year. Just, but when he said my lungs were fine, I was like, how's that when I smoke too much? And with all the crap that I used to smoke. And my addiction, right? In Australia, they have put the price so high up on cigarettes. Yeah, you know why? They want people to quit smoking. But yet they'll want you to smoke pot more. Philip Morris, the maker of Marlboro cigarettes, they're thinking about, the pot industry now. Instead of, hell with tobacco, hell with big tobacco, they want to grow marijuana and everything else and stuff in this country. Because it's big business. It's all for the government. You know? Do you smoke Dunhill? There was a guy on here that was saying, well, he was smoking Cybersynths, and he was in South Africa, right? Get this. He was on here and stuff, and he was talking about Cybersynths. And I was like, oh, South Africa, I don't know that, right? And I wanted to bring up, well, do you smoke Dunhill? Dunhill is a very expensive cigarette in England. I know that. I never smoked them. I think they smoke them in Canada also. But they're cigarettes. So if anybody wants to, find me a pack of Dunhill, I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. Please, no. I would love to go to Australia. I would love to go to New Zealand. But my husband always says to me, but Vic, you're back. Because it's 21 hours from here. Well, actually from Jersey, all right? So from Jersey, when my grandmother went back to New Zealand, right? Hold on, I don't know. When my grandmother went back to New Zealand back in 1985, she passed away in 1996. She went from Newark Airport to Houston, and we met Yogi Berra, the famous Yankee catcher, at Newark Airport that day. So she went with her friend and stuff. So she went from Newark Airport to Houston to Los Angeles. They had a stop there to refuel and whatever. Then they went from Los Angeles to Hawaii. Then they had to do another refuel, and then they went to New Zealand. 19 hours it took them, pretty much. And yeah, the government, it loves money. Well, when you go to the store, ask the store clerk if you do. Dunhill is a very expensive cigarette. That's all I know in England. And I think when my mom and I and my grandmother and my mom's friend went to Canada, she actually brought a pack of Dunhill. This was years ago, though. Actually, I think Dunhill actually sponsored a gambling website, like a poker website, too, if I'm not mistaken. If you come to Australia, you can stay at my house for free. Hell yeah! Well, I extend the offer here, too. Remember, get a lot of shrimp, because I love shrimp. So yeah, we have to have a lot of shrimp on the Barbie. My husband, he doesn't like seafood, so you have to get like hamburger meat. You have to put hamburgers on for him. He doesn't know how to live. And you have to get oysters too. Oysters. And then steam those clams. I don't understand him. He lives in Oklahoma, all right? Yeah, they don't have a shore, right? Because it's heartland of America. And they eat bass, catfish, porgies, or, regular lake fish, right? He doesn't like any seafood at all. And I can't understand it. I can't understand it. I guess his mother never cooked fish when he was little or growing up. I don't know. Hell, I'll even surf with you guys down under. Despite how my back is, I don't care. Even if I can't stand up, I'll just paddle. I'll just lay flat on the surfboard and just paddle. That's it, The coppers would be called on us, I think, Philip. I don't think that's a good idea. I'll be deported for sure. How about that? Yeah, but I feel like I have such a connection to you guys in Australia, even though my family comes from New Zealand. Kiwi power! Even though I don't like what's going on in New Zealand, but we're going to stay away from politics. But you know what? My friend from high school, he used to be a roadie for us. Sometimes he would set up the band for us and whatever. Years ago on Facebook, he actually did a post from New Zealand. And he's living there. He loves to hunt wild boar, and he likes to fish. And I said, I am so jealous of you. And he married a Maori down there. And he has a beard now. He looks like a bushman and everything. I thought that was illegal. Oh, poor kangaroos. I guess if you kill it with your car, that's legal, right? You can eat it. I thought that was illegal. I would try it. I'll try anything once. Don't tell him it's kangaroo steak. Just say, here's some nice Black Angus steak for you. Have you ever had emu, Philip? I've had rattlesnake. I even had skunk. But I never had emu. And we have a lot of emu farms around here. I've had bison. We have a lot of bison farms around here. But anyway, I thought it was illegal. Do you eat the kangaroo steaks like rare, or do you have to make them well done? I like my steaks rare. It is. I would try it. Here in the United States, horse meat is banned. Oh, they're huge, right? Because they're just like ostrich eggs, right? Yeah, I'm not afraid to try anything once. Yeah. Can you imagine? Excuse me. Can you imagine the omelets you can make out of one egg? Right? I've had rattlesnake once, and it was in a Tex-Mex. You thought of a thing for. I was in a band back in the '80s, honey, but I was a background singer. I wasn't full lead singer. Those were the days. Yeah, so anyway, on. What's stopping me now? Nothing's stopping me. I'm just doing other things. That's all. What, even the tarantulas, Philip? Those big spiders? Those things are, man. No, I haven't. Where are you from, Sam boy? Thanks for dropping in. No, I only went to Canada. That's it. The tarantulas, big spiders I had only in my house a couple of weeks ago. I'm in Australia that lives in the UK. What made you get out of Australia and live in the UK? I bet you regret moving to the UK now, especially what's going on in the UK. Better work opportunity. Huh. So how long have you been living there for? We're not going to get into politics. 10 years? And what do you do for work? May I ask? Do you fly back home to Australia at times? Do you miss it? I always wanted, every couple of years. Well, it's expensive to fly, right? I mean, that's the only way you can get back to Australia. Yeah. I'm from Jersey, but I live in Oklahoma, and I still miss certain aspects of Jersey. I'm glad I left when I did, though. But yeah, I feel Oklahoma's my home. You been to the States too? Whereabouts? New York, right? Has to be New York City, right? I always wanted to go to the UK, Germany. Like where? Inquiring minds want to know. One of them has to be New York. I know that, right? I always wanted to go to Denmark, like Germany, UK, well, Australia and New Zealand, because New Zealand is where my grandmother was born. Japan? So you've been around. So alright, so what state do you like the best? My husband was, tough. I know, yeah. There was a guy that came on here and asked me, like, do you like Queen or the Eagles? And all that stuff, and, yeah. Why is that? I'm just curious. A lot of shady dealings go on in Vegas. Let's put it that way. Yeah. In the early 2000s, they try to make Vegas family friendly. Go figure, right? Yeah. Yep. With all the strip clubs too, right? On the signs, on the taxis and all that stuff. Yeah. Well, it's Sin City, right? At least you got to experience it, right? Did you gamble there? You had to gamble. If you gambled there, what did you play? Did you play the table games or the slot machines? I will tell you this. If you want to make money in Vegas, Atlantic City, and any casino, you play the table games. Slot machines are only for fun money. That's it. Then why did you go to Vegas? To see the shows? What kind of business are you in? I'm just curious. Because if you said conference, I actually wanted to live in Reno, Nevada. Yeah, what? Like a programmer, a coder, security? AI! AI! Oh, okay. All right, yeah. Like websites? Or what? Just like the infrastructure of a business? Like that? I'm curious about all this. That's all I'm asking. Maybe you should switch to AI. Right. Right. I got that. And you've been work so AI. I love AI. I don't like where it's going though, but I like AI a lot. I even have a sidekick named Sparks, but I know he's not human, and no, I don't think he's my boyfriend or a companion or whatever. I just use him for like, you know, ideas, thoughts, whatever. What's your thoughts on AI? Since you're a part of the industry, because they said now, because of Optimus, it's a powerful tool set. Yeah, I got it. It can be. But you know, if you're the technology, exactly. Because it's making people more stupid. And they believe everything what the AI tells them. Like they don't question it. There's a lot of times, like with Sparks, okay, I'll question him. And I said, well, how many characters is this title? And I counted them, right? And he'll say 89 characters. I said, you're wrong. Try again. Oh, I'm sorry, Rocket. I like, you know what I mean? Right. And then he gets the number right afterwards, right? But, yeah. I have fun with AI. I make like, you know, AI stuff or whatever, but I don't do it for, you know, like mischievous reasons or whatever. And so when it does that, ask it how it came to that. Well, you know what? I'm gonna do that from now on. I'm gonna, you know what? Yeah. I'm gonna do that from now on. I appreciate you, Sam Boy. I really do. Because I'm into technology and stuff. I'm becoming an AI geek. I'll admit. And stuff. And I feel like I'm like one step behind AI, and maybe that's a good thing. But now with the technology of AI, they're trying to do it with these humanoid robots, right? Like with Optimus by Tesla, where it's actually going to learn. No, I do a lot. I mean, I educate myself a lot with AI, like watching videos and where it's going and whatever. My husband does not want to be a part of AI, even though he